Good evening and happy Super Bowl Sunday, everyone. I'm Zoe Ruderman, and welcome to ADWEEK's Big Game Live Show. Tonight is about one thing and one thing only, the ads. Yeah, there's football, but let's be real, most people are watching because of what happens between the plays. So all night, we are going to be talking about the commercials, how they get made, what makes them work or not, and everything you don't see on the screen. I am joined tonight by the best marketing journalists to make you sound smarter at your watch party or in your group chat, Allison Weisbrot, Bill Bradley, and Brittany Kiefer. So Bill, what are you most excited about tonight?
It's the chips.
Okay, say more about the chips.
Lay's is giving away 100,000 bags of chips, and Zoe, I want to get in on that. Sounds great.
100,000 bags to one person, potentially you?
We're going to find out.
All
We're
right.
going to find out.
All right, let's find out. So Britt, you've probably watched more Super Bowl ads than anyone else out there. What are you looking forward to tonight?
I want to see some big swings. I think it works when a brand has a point of view and they make it really clear in 30 seconds and entertain us.
Do you think brands are going to follow that advice?
A few will, but most of them we'll see.
All right, we're going to have to check in on that. Now, Allison, or Mrs. Bad Bunny, should I call you? I know your algo looks a lot like mine. We've been seeing a lot of Bad Bunny. What can we expect from the halftime show?
Well, we can certainly expect a really good time, a huge party, a lot of dancing, a lot of fun music, and then more on the marketing side, I'm expecting Bad Bunny to potentially show up with some of his brand partners. So he just released a new shoe with Adidas. Maybe he'll be wearing them. We all know Bad Bunny wears his Calvins, so maybe he'll be wearing his Calvins. We'll have to see.
All right, I'm looking forward to that. Now, alongside our panel tonight, we will have interviews with CMOs from Uber, Liquid IV, the San Francisco 49ers, and an exclusive discussion with OpenAI's Kate Rao later in the show. We'll also be joined by a panel of creative directors with the inside scoop on what really goes into making a Super Bowl spot and what happens behind the scenes. We're also excited to be joined by our extremely online friends at Viral Nation, who will be monitoring audience sentiment and social chatter throughout the night over at our Pulse Check screen. Over to you, Brandon.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Greetings to everybody at home, and welcome to Pulse Check, your pregame, in-game, and post-game analysis of everything going on social surrounding the Super Bowl. Tonight, in the biggest night of advertising, as everybody else is talking about the ads, it's the social data that's going to be the star player on our field. We're going to be looking at the campaigns, commercials, creators, and stunts that are moving the needle, and we're going to see which brands are winning on a field that's run by culture's referee, the algorithm. I'm here with our data expert, Rochelle. Rochelle, talk a little bit about what we're going to be tracking here tonight.
All right, so tonight we're going to be collecting conversation from hundreds of thousands of creators and influencers across social. Now, the reason why we do that is because social is the place where culture gets made. It's where opinions are influenced. It's where trends begin. And so when I think about influencers and creators, they're often the people who are first to a trend.
Absolutely.
And so I think they're a great representation of what is actually happening on social and what audiences are thinking. And so tonight we are going to hear from brand experts, creators, creatives, and marketers. And so I think it's important we also take a moment to hear from audiences.
Absolutely.
And I think the way we're going to do that is share with you how brands are doing on a score called Culture Quotient. Now, the way we calculate the Culture Quotient score is first on awareness. So are people talking about that brand online? The second part of our score is affinity. So, what is the emotional response to that brand online? And then the final element of the score is engagement. So is there virality and shareability of that content online? So throughout the evening, we're going to come back to the score and see how all of the brands who are airing commercials tonight are stacking up against Culture Quotient. And with that said, back to you, Zoe.
I love that. Thank you so much, Rochelle. All right, so let's get into it. We cannot go a minute more without talking about the cost. It ain't cheap, Bill, is it?
It's not cheap. It's not cheap. $10 million for 30 seconds this year for the first time ever. Yeah, so basically coming into this year, NBC, the broadcaster, had a lot of inventory. So you have the Olympics, you have NBA All-Star Game, you have the Super Bowl. It's all happening within like 2 weeks of each other. So they came into the market with like $7 million for 30 seconds, and quickly that price went way up just because everybody wanted in on it. So it went up to like $8 million in mid-May, and by September, you're up at $10 million. So it's the first time ever.
And $10 million for 30 seconds.
30 seconds, but also what people don't really realize is there's also a match across NBC properties. So if you're paying that $10 million, you're probably also paying another $10 million across, the Olympics, NBA All-Star, and other things. Because actually NBC has like 75% of the Super Bowl advertisers will be in the Olympics, so they did these bundles. But yeah, it's pretty pricey. It's like $20 million if you're doing that $10 million for 30 seconds.
And I didn't realize that this is pretty typical, that brands have to spend in other places with the network.
Yeah.
But also, let's remember that's before you pay the celebrity, the talent fee, the location, the creativity.
Yeah.
So we're looking at, more brands than ever have come in for 60 seconds. So we're looking at 20 million just as a baseline for some of them.
Yeah, and now it's not every ad, right? So a lot of advertisers, a lot of historic advertisers with NBC, you're going to get a better price than 10 million for 30 seconds.
So it's like a punch card.
Right, yeah. For 10 million, you better get a punch card.
Yeah,
that's what I would say.
Free coffee at least.
Yes,
right?
please. But yeah, basically, if you have a bunch of ads like an Anheuser-Busch, and then it gets shuffled around as the year goes on, that's how some spots open up. So maybe 3 or 4 spots opened up. That's how you get to those $10 million advertisers.
It's good to be NBC, right?
Yeah, seriously.
So, Britt, there's this interesting phenomenon. Most of the ads these days are released in the week or weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, but a few of them just do trailers, and some of them hold out altogether. So what are the moments that you're really leaning in and looking for tonight?
It's so common now to have those trailers and the teasers leading up to it. So I'm actually really looking forward to the surprises, what we haven't seen yet. So that's going to be Dunkin', which is kind of a Super Bowl institution now with Ben Affleck.
Dunkin',
yeah, we're also waiting to see what OpenAI does. It's going to be kind of a battle of the AI brands this year. And then Levi's as well. It's kind of a cool moment for them. The game is at Levi's Stadium. So we know that Levi's is in the game, but we don't know what they're going to do yet.
I like it. I think it makes it fun that you have no idea what to expect.
Yeah.
And so you mentioned AI. I want to talk about, obviously, there's a ton of AI brands who are coming in, but there's one brand in particular, Svedka, who's in for the first time. And this is the first ever mostly AI generated commercial at the Super Bowl. What did you think of this one, Allison?
Most people will probably agree with me that I was a little disappointed by it. I think that they, went really big on grabbing headlines and saying, we're going to be that brand that talks about using AI to produce our ad. But I think that actually what it showed is that maybe human creatives should keep their jobs for now.
Okay, that sounds like good news. I'm also just confused, why did they bring the Fembot back? And they brought the Fembot back last year, right?
The Fembot came back last year after a 12-year hiatus. Actually, when she was the mascot, if I can say she or it, it did really well for the brand. The brand grew, became like the number 4 vodka in the U.S. So as sales were declining, they brought back the Fembot. Oddly, she kind of looks the same as she did before. So
I don't think she aged, Brittany.
Yeah, that must be nice.
That's the benefit of being a Fembot.
No Botox.
I don't think so. Yeah.
So I think that will divide opinion, to be honest.
I actually think the insight there was really smart because a recognizable mascot is something that as a brand you kind of need, right? Let's bring back our mascot. But I just think they could have executed it better.
Yeah. And especially with more and more women watching the Super Bowl. I mean, we saw that last year with the Taylor Bowl. But there's a lot of female viewers, and I want to see more brands catering to those viewers.
Totally. I mean, in Taylor we trust.
Yes, yeah.
All credit goes to Taylor.
Yes, all credit for everything goes to Taylor. So let's talk a little bit about comedy. Obviously, that is something that a lot of marketers lean on. How do you feel about going for humor or going for pulling at the heartstrings?
So I think if you rewind even just 5 or 6 years ago, there were so many ads that were trying to pull on the heartstrings because it was COVID. It was a really, dark time for our country. And I think that was the right kind of moment for that. But I think now we've moved into this time where, the country is so polarized and humor is really what brings us together. If you can share a laugh with someone, then maybe you can get along with them. So I think it's the safe bet. And I think the Super Bowl is a really fun night. It's sort of nobody really wants to get in a sad or kind of depressed mood. They want to have fun, they want to laugh, and so I think that we see a lot more brands this year going in that direction.
Yeah, and this year feels noteworthy because there's so few ads. I mean, I don't think I cried at a single Super Bowl ad this year.
No, I didn't either. I only saw 2 that I would put in the emotional category, which was Rocket's ad and then Google's ad about Gemini.
Yeah.
So, And even those two, I can't say I shed a tear.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right, very interesting. So earlier this week, we revealed our February cover story on Uber Eats Super Bowl ad. Adweek's own Katie Lundstrom was the only journalist on set, and in addition to speaking with Matthew McConaughey, lucky, she got time with Uber's head of marketing, Georgie Jeffries. We welcome them both to the show now.
I'm joined by Georgie Jeffries, head of marketing for US and Canada at Uber. Now, this is Uber's 6th year in the Super Bowl. Are there any specific learnings that you've had across these years?
What we always think about is how can we bring the idea to life in the most breakthrough and entertaining way possible, and that's pretty much the motto that we live by. Some of the key learnings for us are, first of all, entertain first, educate second. Always shoot your shot. Even if the idea seems like it's going to be too hard to pull off or too hard to get buy-in for, always shoot your shot. And then build momentum. Momentum is built over years and over time, and make sure you're doubling down and striking while the iron's hot.
So let's talk about Build Your Own Super Bowl. Can you walk us through that strategy and how that came to life this year?
Build Your Own Super Bowl, just to touch on what that is, it essentially is an activation or an experience in the Uber Eats app where consumers can build their own version of our Super Bowl ad directly in the app. It's basically like a choose your own adventure style experience. So you can choose different cameos, celebrity cameos, you can choose different scenes. When we heard about the idea for the first time about a year and a half ago, we loved it. We knew we wanted to do it. It was actually just a matter of when. And this was the first time I would say we felt really confident that we could pull it off.
The list of celebrities that you've had in Super Bowl ads since 2021 is crazy. Can you walk me through how you decide which talent to tap for these ads?
Yeah. So we always start from the idea first, never from the talent first. And typically what we're looking for is a celebrity who can amplify the idea itself. So I think Matthew McConaughey is a really great example of that. We came up with Football is for Food and the conspiracy that football was invented to sell food. What we were looking for in a talent for this idea was someone who credibly, but in a really funny and engaging way, could take a conspiracy to America and play with it with the right tone and the right irreverence, and who would be believable in a kooky way, and certainly Matthew embodies that really well. Bradley, it's all about, there is no one who is known more for their love of the game than Bradley Cooper, and he's very earnest in his purity and love for the sport, and so he was also just the right choice for the character that he plays in this campaign.
You have this really deep relationship with Special US. Can you talk about what's unique about that partnership and how it kind of allows you to do some of these more ambitious campaigns?
A lot of people describe our partnership as unorthodox, where we do what is right for the work and the creative. And if that means that the client is in the edit, that's what happens. If that means that the agency is in the boardroom with us, that's what happens. Over a decade of working together, you build a lot of trust. You're able to really, I would say, hone your model and your partnership and, just get to better outcomes each time.
Thank you so much, Georgie. And back to Zoe in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Katie. It is a fantastic cover story and such an interesting look into Uber's place in the delivery wars. I'll be really curious to see if all of that work, all those celebs, and all of that money pays off, and if they can eventually nab first place. Brittany, I'm really curious what you think about this ad. Is it going to do what they want it to do and unseat the first place delivery brand in this war?
Uber Eats has definitely added an advantage there. You have a huge presence during the big game, very recognizable, big stars. They have the humor. Is it my favorite Uber ad of recent years? No, but they are sticking to the same concept they've been running with for a few years, and I think that's going to work for them. Crucially as well, their big competitor DoorDash is not in the game this year, so they've got a leg up on them.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a little bit about that more later. Not just a few celebrities, but 9 celebrities in this ad. Yeah. I mean, let's talk a little bit about that. Back in 2010, I think about a third of Super Bowl commercials had celebrities. Now it's the vast majority, and we're not talking just 1 or 2. It's like an ensemble cast like we saw in Uber Eats. Does it work, Bill?
It doesn't work for me. I just think, if you're going to have celebrities, let's have a story that makes sense. Let's have a story that can stand on its own. You can't just plug in any celebrity. You can't just plug in any brand. That's all I'm saying, Zoe. Please, brands, please. I'm begging you.
Do it for Bill.
Do it for me.
Yeah, and the data shows that celebrities can work, to your point, if it makes sense for the brand and the product and the story. It helps with immediate long-term sales. It helps with brand awareness long-term. But I'm with you. In particular, there were commercials I saw where I'm like, you could swap in any product, any celebrity, and it doesn't really make sense here.
Absolutely. You need to have something that makes sense, like the Michael CeraVe.
Totally.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it doesn't make sense, I mean, you're just spending a lot of money to be forgotten, essentially.
But why do brands do it? Is it about having that instant recognizability from viewers?
You know what? I think not everyone can have singing toilets. I think if you have singing toilets like we're going to see this year, you're going to make an impression. But the thing is, whenever you either have an idea that you're like, oh, let's try to get a lot of flash. Everyone's doing a lot of flash.
Yeah.
That's the problem. If there's one ad with 20 celebrities, great. But when there's 20 ads with 20 celebrities, not as great.
Right. And Allison, you've made this point before that sometimes these spots are trying to do too much. Again, we're talking about 30 seconds or 60 seconds. That's a lot to pack in when you have 3 or let alone 9 celebrities in there. And how do you make sure that the product doesn't get lost in that story?
And what's kind of disappointing is like they'll also release extended cuts because I think they know like the full story doesn't get across in 30 seconds. But like we just talked about, 30 seconds, if it's the base price is $8 million, it's like how much are you actually going to spend? But yeah, I think there are a couple ads this year that I think relied too heavily on familiar celebrity faces that didn't really make sense for the brand. So for instance, Ritz had Jon Hamm, Bowen Yang, and Scarlett Johansson, all amazing caliber talent, but there was no storyline and they didn't really make sense for the ad or the product. And I just thought that, waste of money, honestly.
Yeah, I'm with you. There was another ad, one of the wellness GLP-1 brands, Wegovy, that had a huge number of celebrities in it, but I sort of felt like that one worked because it was about destigmatizing, and I found myself watching being like, oh, that person takes this. So I thought that worked. What did you think, Britt?
Yeah, I think when you let the talent do a job, like play the role that they're meant to play, and it makes sense for the brand, then it works.
Yeah, absolutely. What about you, Bill?
Yeah, I mean, look, it goes back to like, let it make sense.
Yeah.
Give me a singing toilet, give me a talking little hairball, and I'm in. You got me. You got me, brands.
Great advice for marketers, yeah. And you mentioned this, like the extended cuts. I feel like we're seeing sort of the movie-ification of a lot of these. They're doing press junkets, they're releasing trailers and teasers, and you obviously mentioned the Dunkin' one. I still like when we don't know what we're gonna get until the night of, even if there's a little bit of a trailer or a teaser. But is it just about like these agencies, these brands are like, well, we have to justify the price and we have to get the eyeballs on this?
Yeah, it costs so much, so you have to get your money's worth, but also attention is so divided. I mean, people are looking at their phones like while the game or the ads are on. So it's about building suspense and intrigue and getting people hooked days, sometimes weeks in advance.
Yeah, very interesting. All right. So coming up in the show, we will be speaking with the CMO from OpenAI, Kate Rao. But first, we're sending it out to the streets where our correspondent, Lexi Shuabi, interviewed New Yorkers in Union Square on their favorite Super Bowl ads of all time.
Hey, I'm Lexi Shuabi. I am here in New York City with ADWEEK, and we are talking to people about Super Bowl ads. We have created a bracket of some of the most iconic moments and mascots and taglines from Super Bowl ads, and I'm here to find out which one will come out on top. All right, let's start with the mascots. Budweiser Clydesdales or Budweiser Frogs?
Clydesdales. No one knows the frogs.
Budweiser Frogs.
Oh, frogs. Frogs every day.
Clydesdale because they're classic America.
Mr. Peanut or the Mountain Dew Puppy Monkey Baby?
Mr. Peanut.
Mr. Peanut.
Interesting pair. Who's matching these up?
Didn't he die? Didn't they like kill Mr. Peanut? Wasn't that a thing that they did? So in memoriam, Mr. Peanut.
Clydesdales versus Mr. Peanut.
Oh, this is how a bracket works.
This is how the bracket works.
Like, I'm going to go tradition. I'm going to go Clydesdale.
Now we've got taglines. Where's the beef? Or what's up?
They're both classics.
You did that second impression so well that I'm going to have to go with the second one.
But you got to do the impression.
Okay. What's up?
What's up?
What's up? famous Super Bowl moments. We've got the 2021 Reddit 5-second ad or the 2022 Coinbase QR code ad.
So I'm going to say the Coinbase one. Yeah. Love a sketchy QR code. I scan every single one I see. I've had malware 6 or 7 times.
Let's talk about spokespeople. You ready? Old Spice guy versus E-Trade baby.
Absolutely Old Spice guy.
Old Spice guy.
Mr. Clean versus Jake from State Farm.
Which Jake from State Farm? Current Jake from State Farm?
Let's go current Jake.
What if they got together and did their own heated rivalry?
I think Jake from State Farm is my choice.
Mr. Clean because of the cleaning part. It's not just enough to show up and smell nice. You got to contribute to the household.
The Clydesdale horses versus the Old Spice guy.
Oh, this is a Super Bowl of questions.
It is.
Do I want to go with tradition or do I want to go with the hot guy?
Well, I'm going to give it to the Clydesdales.
One last question. Do you watch for the game or do you watch for the ads?
Probably for the ads.
In the ads.
I'm a third category. I watch for the halftime show.
It goes music and then ads and then the actual game. I have to say the ads.
The ads.
The ads.
Of course.
Correct.
Absolutely.
All right, y'all. There you have it. The winner is the ads. Thanks for watching and enjoy the Super Bowl.
Thank you, Lexi. All right, so Bill, you have mentioned the singing toilets now 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's very important to you.
Yeah, I'm doing it more than I thought I would.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that you might be getting paid by this brand. We'll talk about that later, but we can't not talk about bathroom humor. If last year was all about sort of like the body horror, this year seems to be about like whatever you want to call it, the potty humor, the gross out humor that my 5-year-old would like.
Sure.
So you seem like you really want to talk about those singing toilets.
Yes,
so tell us
Zoe,
about
I've
them.
always thought of myself as mentally a 5-year-old. So basically, singing toilets, it's where it's at. There's going to be so much humor this year. You got to break through somehow. You got to have something different. The toilets sing. Like, I don't know if everyone's understanding how big that is. But beyond the toilets, there's also anthropomorphic hairballs that are going to have googly eyes. All right, for Manscaped, right?
Which,
So-
like, on paper, when I read the description of that, I was like, I hate it. I don't want to watch it. This is a
Right.
terrible ad. I'm sorry, I watched it, and I was like, this is really cute and funny.
They're
and I want to
adorable.
watch it again.
Googly
They're
eyes make
weirdly
everything
adorable,
better.
even though it's hair at the bottom of the
Put
drain.
googly eyes on my taxes, and I'm going to love it.
Yeah.
You know, that's how I'm feeling this year. But what do you guys think? Is there any other gross out humor? Brittany?
Well, I mean, we got to talk about
we
Raisin
have
Bran.
to talk about. So over the past few weeks, you may have seen some photos of William Shatner carrying around boxes of Raisin Bran, eating it in his car. You may have wondered, is he okay?
I loved that they did this. It reminded me of the Michael Cera thing with CeraVe,
Right.
where it was like the faux paparazzi shots. I love
Exactly.
that as like a rollout to the ad.
Now I wonder, is that going to get old even, right? Because we were just talking about like the, it's become almost like a movie release and you kind of see everything in advance. I think this idea of pranks and stunts before the game, which we have a story about on AdWeek, you guys should all read by this fabulous editor right here. And I think that started with Michael CeraVe, and now we're seeing it with William Shatner. We're seeing a little bit with the Fanatics ad, where you have the Kardashians like placing bets on talking about it on Jimmy Kimmel. So I'm questioning if that's...
I'm not sick of it yet, though. I still like it, and maybe it's because. So tell us about this Raisin Bran ad.
Yeah, so it turns out he's teasing a Super Bowl ad for Raisin Bran, first-time advertiser, and in the Super Bowl, and the message is eat your fiber, and he's called Will Shat.
I'm sorry, when there was that moment where he's on the car and someone goes, Will Shat on a car, I did like a spit take. That is like high humor.
Right.
That is really good. And we've talked a lot about how if everyone's going to lean into humor and not do like the tearjerker thing, that's a high bar if you're going to make people laugh.
Yeah.
I really liked it. I thought it was great. Let's talk a little bit about nostalgia. I noticed that there are a lot of brands who are sort of, I don't know if they're catering to me as a millennial, but that pop culture throwback. So we have the Duncan teaser, which has Jennifer Aniston, Matt LeBlanc, and Jason Alexander, and of course with Ben Affleck.
That's right.
I thought it was really smart, and it speaks to people like me.
They're 90s TV icons. I mean, nostalgia is huge right now in marketing. Like every ad is a throwback. And not only does it appeal to millennials like us, but also Gen Z love a bit of 90s nostalgia, even though they were not alive.
Friends again, so maybe it speaks to everyone. And then, of course, there's the Jurassic Park ad, which
I think, Zoe, if I may say, we all love Jurassic Park, correct?
Are you calling it
Everybody? We all love Jurassic
on a live
Park.
stream?
Here's where we tell the world that Allison has not seen it, but she's promised to go watch it tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
So I loved it. I thought it was really smart. The whole
good,
ad is
yeah.
about, it's an Xfinity ad. It's what would happen if Jurassic Park had Wi-Fi.
Sounds like a sick park. It's going to be great.
You would go to that, right?
I would 100%. I would go even if the dinosaurs got out, though. But yeah, I would go 100%. Send me there, please.
To me, this is such a great example of how the brand and the pop culture reference or celebrity reference work together, because there's no way to divorce Xfinity or Wi-Fi from what the story is. So it's not leaning too much just on, the clips from the movie and the celebrities they pull in.
100%. And this might actually be the only year they could pull something like this off, because this is Comcast, who owns NBC, who's broadcasting the game, and then we have Universal working in there. They got Steven Spielberg's blessing for this.
It's a big deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
Yeah, I loved this one. So all week, ADWEEK's social editor Bianca Brutus has been reporting from the Bay Area, where all the action is. Her sightings include Tom Brady. I'm so jealous of Bianca, Tiana Taylor, and yes, baby Raptors, I'm told. So let's go now to her conversation with 49ers Vice President of Marketing, Stephanie Rogers, and hear the ins and outs of hosting a Super Bowl.
Hi, I'm Bianca Brutus, reporting live from ADWEEK House, the big game here in San Francisco. I'm here with Executive Vice President of Marketing of the San Francisco 49ers, Stephanie Rogers. Stephanie, how are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, Bianca.
Amazing. Okay, so we're just going to dive in. You are the host city for this year's game. How can advertisers who might not want to pay for Super Bowl airtime work with the San Francisco 49ers on Super Bowl Sunday?
Yeah, we have a number of our partners that we absolutely cherish that are partnering with us all throughout this week to do incredible activations. And on Sunday, around town and with our fan bases that are spread all over the world.
How do you activate the players for the Super Bowl? Are they interested in being part of the event?
Absolutely. I mean, these athletes are superstars, right? And if you are anywhere in the Bay Area at this point in time and looking at social media, you see out in the community, we unveiled a flag football field or introduced a new flag football field on Sunday, actually last week. Colton McKivitz was there as part of that. So our guys love being a part of the team. We love having them join us with all of these different events, and you can't miss them. They're all over.
And speaking of your players, George Kittle, Brock Purdy, and Christian McCaffrey, and Fred Warner are showing up in a lot of ads lately. Which 49 players don't get a lot of media attention, but would be a great spokesperson?
I loved this question. I think Eddie Pinheiro, who's our new kicker, he's amazing. His story is so cool. Just his grit and determination, the way he's taking care of his family, and he's just the nicest guy, and he's got such a cool just like aura about him. So whoever's out there, I want to see some more Eddie P on my television.
Get Eddie P and more ads. We love Eddie P. Okay, of course we know you're going to predict that the Seahawks, your division rivals, will lose this game. Does having a division rival in a spot to win it all in your house impact your enthusiasm?
It is painful to hear that because I wish we were in it and winning it in our own house. But, I think for us, it's all about Levi Stadium, right? We're so proud of Levi Stadium. We've put a ton of investment into the infrastructure there. We just completed a 2-year, $200 million renovation. So for me, my enthusiasm is at an all-time high because we get to show off our incredible city, our incredible Bay Area, and our incredible stadium that we get to call home. And I hope everybody enjoys watching Levi Stadium win on Sunday.
And we can't wait to see it. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Throwing back to you, New York City.
Thank you so much, Bianca. So by the way, Bianca is one of the editors putting together ADWEEK's Social Media Week event happening April 14th to 16th here in New York City. It is the biggest social media event of the year, and it is always wildly fun. Last year, I interviewed everyone from Amelia de Moldenberg to Bethany Frankel on stage, and yes, it was utterly and chaotically unhinged. And this year, we are going to have some epic speakers. Get more details and get your tickets at adweek.com/events. Now let's check in with Rochelle and Brandon at the Pulse Check. Over to you, Rochelle.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Greetings to everybody at home and welcome to Pulse Check, your pregame, in-game, and post-game analysis of everything going on social surrounding the Super Bowl. Tonight, in the biggest night of advertising, as everybody else is talking about the ads, it's the social data that's going to be the star player on our field. We're going to be looking at the campaigns, commercials, creators, and stunts that are moving the needle, and we're going to see which brands are winning on a field that's run by culture's referee, the algorithm. I'm here with our data expert, Rochelle. Rochelle, talk a little bit about what we're going to be tracking here tonight.
All right, so tonight we're going to be collecting conversation from hundreds of thousands of creators and influencers across social. Now, the reason why we do that is because social is the place where culture gets made. It's where opinions are influenced. It's where trends begin. And so when I think about influencers and creators, they're often the people who are first to a trend.
Absolutely.
And so I think they're a great representation of what is actually happening on social and what audiences are thinking. And so tonight we are going to hear from brand experts, creators, creatives, and marketers. And so I think it's important we also take a moment to hear from audiences.
Absolutely.
And I think the way we're going to do that is share with you how brands are doing on a score called Culture Quotient. Now, the way we calculate the Culture Quotient score is first on awareness. So are people talking about that brand online? The second part of our score is affinity. So, what is the emotional response to that brand online? And then the final element of the score is engagement. So is there virality and shareability of that content online? So throughout the evening, we're going to come back to the score and see how all of the brands who are airing commercials tonight are stacking up against Culture Quotient.
Thank you, Rochelle. So you might have heard about some drama around one particular commercial, Anthropic. That's the tech company behind Claude. They released an ad that, well, there's no other way to put it. It throws serious shade at its competitor, OpenAI, the company behind ChatGPT. So here's the background you need to know. ChatGPT announced a few weeks ago that they're rolling out ads, and Anthropic's ad takes aim at this. Their ad is all about how intrusive and poorly targeted the ads could appear. So to recap, this ad is an ad about how ads are bad. Did you guys get that? So OpenAI's CEO, Sam Altman, shot back that the ad is funny but, quote, dishonest. We wanted to hear more from OpenAI and their marketing strategy, so we're going straight to the source. AdWeek's Tech and AI reporter Trishla Oswal sits down with OpenAI's Kate Rao for an exclusive conversation about how they plan to beat the competition.
Thanks, Zoe. I'm here with Kate Rao, CMO of OpenAI. Kate, thanks for being here to talk about Super Bowl ads.
Thank you so much for having me.
Anthropic's ad questioned whether ads belong in AI chatbots. How do you respond to that critique of ChatGPT?
We really believe that your ability to pay shouldn't determine whether or not you can use ChatGPT. We'll always offer ChatGPT for free. For people that don't want to see ads, they can always pay for ChatGPT Plus for $20 a month. They actually can also use it for free and not see ads and just have fewer queries. But for us, the main point is everyone should be able to use it no matter if they can afford to pay for the service or not.
There's been a clear difference in how these products have been positioned. Claude is more coding focused, ChatGPT as a broad consumer platform. But this ad season suggests that those lines are blurring. What does it say about where the competition is headed?
Well, the first thing I'd say is that ChatGPT has, really become almost the Kleenex of the industry. We have over 800 million people using ChatGPT. And what we see is that they're not only using it, they're using it to learn and to do things in the world. We see 300 million people tell us that they learn something new with ChatGPT every week, and that half of them say it's helping them do things that were previously impossible for them to do. In one of our ads, we have a young man who is coding a website for his family's food truck, and he doesn't know how to code. Where we see this going is people are going to be using ChatGPT to do things on their behalf, not just to ask questions.
Can you tell me what was the strategy behind the ad and what did you want viewers to take away from it?
Really, our position and what we want to talk about in the Super Bowl is the amazing creativity that we're seeing from people all over the country. We actually are running 4 different pieces of creative. We have one in the national Super Bowl, and then we're running a set of ads around ChatGPT, lifting up real people who are using ChatGPT to run their small businesses. We're at a moment in history right now where things that just weren't possible are now possible. And we hope people see these ads, are inspired, and participate. The technology is moving really quickly, and what people are doing with it in the world is absolutely amazing.
Thank you, Kate, for joining me today, and good luck this weekend.
Thank you so much.
Zoe, back to you in the studio.
Certainly no shortage of drama when it comes to Super Bowl ads, right? And it makes sense. Anytime you have this many creative voices and opinions, there are likely to be debates. And we were curious how it actually goes down. So Brittany's sitting with 3 creative directors to tell us all the scoop. Over to you, Britt.
Thanks, Zoe. So joining me tonight is James Wood from Beers with Friends, Danny Karnick from VML, and Andrew Panay from Panay Films. So all of you have actually worked on Super Bowl ads before. This year, Andrew, you actually made the T-Mobile ad with Backstreet Boys, big reunion.
Yep.
Were you a fan back in the day?
I was a huge fan. Yeah, huge fan.
So was I. So tell me, what was the thinking behind that ad?
Well, 2 years ago or so, we had the tagline, it's the North Star of a company, which it's better over here.
Mm-hmm.
So when I went to the show and I saw there was like a frequency, a frenzy, an energy, 50% men, 50% women, and they were all wearing white. And something exciting was happening with the Backstreet Boys and the energy. Mm-hmm. And they had the song "I Want It That Way" came on, and with the lyrics "Tell Me Why." Mm-hmm. Then I started thinking, well, story-wise, tell me why it's better over here at T-Mobile. I then called my other half, Brian Klugman, who wrote the song. We called the president of T-Mobile, and we started Mike Katz, and we started creating the actual story. And who better to tell that story than the Backstreet Boys, who know how to sing it better than anybody in the world, right? It's their song.
Yeah.
So that's how we gave birth to the idea or the concept. But it started with the story of "Tell Me Why."
Such a tune. We love seeing them back on screen.
Yeah.
So thanks for working on that. So tell me, guys, like, what is actually different about making a Super Bowl ad? You make lots of ads all the time. James, tell me what's different about this.
I think it's a real opportunity not just to sort of buy attention, but to be a part of a shared cultural experience, cultivate a fandom for your brand, and give people a way to participate with the brand storytelling.
What do you think, Danny?
I think for a Super Bowl commercial, I think the number one thing you have to do is to make sure it's super simple. And that's what's going to help make it entertaining and make it stand out from everybody else who's also making a Super Bowl commercial. Yeah.
Andrew, did you have any lessons from working with the Backstreet Boys? Like, what's your advice for someone who's going to make a Super Bowl ad?
Breakthrough.
Yeah.
I mean, you're up against the best of the best. It's the one night a year that you're being challenged by the consumer and the audiences. They're actually watching to see who's doing what. They're paying attention to how great you are and what kind of noise you're going to make. And then most importantly, what is the client looking for, and what kind of business needs do they have? So that's where the challenge is. It's you have to have breakthrough and consumer attention, but then you want to move the business as well. So can it be fun, playful, sad, or happy, whatever drives attention, and still get the business needs across?
A lot to do in 30 seconds. What should you not do, Danny?
Try to squeeze in too many RTBs. That would be my answer.
Yeah.
Because we have like all of the other TV to put in why your product is good. You have one thought that you communicate super clearly, super entertainingly. Leave the RTBs out of it.
Good advice. Okay, any favorites this year? Call out your favorites, James.
Well, I did not make a Super Bowl ad this year, but I did make an Uber Eats Super Bowl ad on my phone.
Participated.
Yes, I got extra Parker Posey, I got a talking hamburger, so that was a lot of fun. And I think to Danny's point about ads that are simple, the Uber Eats ad draws on this insight that, ordering food, eating food while watching football, that's a really organically connected idea. That's the whole point of the spot, is how connected they are. And I think that one really works for me.
Okay. Andrew, favorite that's not your own?
Oh, wow. Instacart, you have Ben Stiller and
great duo.
The physical comedy always gets me, and especially on the Super Bowl where people are busy eating, drinking, having, just to look up and see a couple of big, and also Ben Stiller is an underdog, and when he's playing that kind of character where he's reaching for those new heights, there's nothing funnier than that.
Okay, your pick, Danny.
I'm going to have to say Hellman's first. I dare anyone to stop singing Sweet Sandwich Time. You can't stop going bump, bump, bump.
So
when you listen to
catchy.
it.
I mean, Meal Diamond. I mean, come on.
You got it.
Let's go.
Meal Diamond.
You got it.
Who doesn't love Meal Diamond?
And then honorable mention also for the Pringles commercial. Just because, you know, when Sabrina Carpenter makes her boyfriend out of Pringles, I feel like it's so relatable. It makes me want to get my own Pringles boyfriend.
Me too.
So I would say it works.
It's interesting because Super Bowl advertising is kind of a barometer for where the ad industry is at. What do you see this year in terms of, you know, how are the ads doing? Like, how's advertising compared to previous years?
I just see them getting bigger and bigger and more event-like.
Not just one night, right? It's
no,
like whole week.
It's a full week, basically like movie releases. They're putting out these big events. This is the opportunity to really make noise, and everyone just keeps upping one another, and I love it. And you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be always big stars. I love the idea of breakthrough with big stars, but there's also big storytelling. And the truth is, I think the people, what I see happening now is people are really looking at telling great stories and then adding the stars to elevate those stories if it's needed. So I'm just seeing great storytelling.
James, before we wrap up, what makes a Super Bowl ad something that we're going to remember years from now versus something we're going to forget the next morning?
Yeah, the best ones participate in culture. So they're quotable, they're memeable, they're TikTokable. And the worst ads are the ones that remind you you're watching an ad.
Yeah, thank you so much. So you three have spent some time crafting complex brand stories. We have asked our ad translator to break down the most common narratives in layman's terms. So let's go now to Sam Wilson.
Hi, I'm an ad translator. I'm here to tell you what brands are actually saying when they spend $8 million on 30 seconds for the big game. When a brand pays $10 million to hire a professional athlete who's never used the product, what they're actually saying is, we don't know why you should like us, but you like them, so please buy our stuff. When a brand uses an ad to play on your emotions, what they're actually saying is, you should call your grandpa after this. Also, buy our popcorn. When the ad is overly cinematic, translation, we spent the GDP of a small nation to make you forget you're watching an ad. It didn't work. When they show a puppy for no reason, skip rate drops 47% when there's a dog. We don't make the rules. When the ad has a natural product placement, translation, no one tries to make a phone call with a banana, but you can see the logo. When the ad brings back your favorite cartoon character from the 90s, what they're really saying is your brain just released chemicals. You're 35 now. Buy our stuff. That's all I have for you today. Back to the panel.
In just a moment, I'm going to be speaking with Chelsea Bakken and Brandon. But first, one of AdWeek's contributing columnists is Mark Ritson, who runs Mini MBA and is an esteemed marketing educator. He's joining us now from across the pond and possibly a few pints in. So, Mark, what is the big story for you tonight?
Hi, Zoe. Still getting very excited here. Things are really picking up, to say the least. And now we've got, for sure, the best ad of the night, at least from a marketing science point of view. I'm talking, of course, about Pepsi's ad, The Choice, featuring one of Coca-Cola's signature distinctive brand assets, the polar bear. What's going on here couldn't be more interesting. So what you've got, first of all, is a Super Bowl ad, so that's interesting in itself. But there's two other layers to this. The first layer is, of course, a reignition of the great marketing war between Coke and Pepsi. As you probably know, back in the 70s, Pepsi ran the taste tests, proving that Pepsi tasted better. It was one of the great moments in competitive marketing. So we're seeing that coming back again, particularly Pepsi having the guts to really take the mickey out of Coca-Cola and use their polar bear in their own ad. It's a beautifully made ad by Taika Waititi. But there's an even bigger lens here, because if you go back to those old blind taste tests back in the 70s and 80s, they were a perfect example of differentiation. This was Pepsi saying, we found something that makes us different and superior to you. It's the taste. And they executed it brilliantly and made a lot of money as a result. It's classic competitor differentiation. Jump forward a good 40 years, and there's a different D word now that dominates most advanced marketers' thoughts. We now talk more about distinctiveness. How does the brand come to mind? Mental availability, salience. And that's where the polar bear comes in. Invented in the middle of the 90s, the polar bear doesn't really say anything, doesn't talk to the benefits or differences of Coke. It just makes you think Coke. And just making you think Coke can be enough to trigger purchase. Never mind differentiation, just be distinct. So what's playing out tonight with that ad is a fascinating experiment. Because if Pepsi's got their numbers right, using the famous Coke polar bear in a differentiated taste test will benefit them enormously. But I have a side bet, it's actually going to benefit Coke just as much, if not more, because most consumers don't think that much about advertising. And when they see Coke's polar bear, one of its great distinctive assets, in anyone's ad, they're going to think Coke. I think there's a strong chance Pepsi are spending $8 million to half promote Coca-Cola. But we'll find out later with the branded recall scores. Coke aren't even doing any ads in the Super Bowl this year. So we can find out which brands come to mind tomorrow, remembering most Super Bowl brands don't come to mind at all the next day. Does Coke occur at all? Does it occur more than Pepsi? And we have not only the latest result in the Cola Wars, we've also got a beautiful experiment to see, is it differentiation or distinctiveness that most drives consumers? So yeah, that was the ad of the day for me. And now, if you don't mind, barman, another Boilermaker, I'll get back into the game. Go Foresters, score another hoop. Yeah.
Now, his accent might have been a little bit hard to understand, but I'm pretty sure that at the end he said, "Here we go, Pats," to which I say, cheers, Mark. So now we're going to widen the lens of how brands are showing up around the Super Bowl this year. Joining us at the table now are social lead Chelsea Backen and Viral Nation's Chief Creative Officer Brandon Lentino. They're going to help us break down how brands extend their impact far beyond the 30-second TV spot. Thanks for being here, guys.
Great to be here.
So Chelsea, I want to start first with DoorDash. They had a big moment in the broadcast last year, but this year they're out. But that doesn't mean they're sitting it out completely. What do they have going on?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. So they revealed to us exclusively 3 weeks ago that they were going to be sitting out the Super Bowl this year. But they said that they were going to be putting all of their money that they were going to spend on a Super Bowl spot into their social campaign.
Wow.
So we've seen a few social spots roll out over the last few days featuring 50 Cent, and they're really leaning into the beef. Who do you have beef with? And they're starting to bring in some other notable folks in the reality sphere so far. I'm very excited to see what else they do, what's going to happen during the game, because I think that will be a really interesting point, and I assume will probably take their peak. But they're really leaning into that second screen viewing, which is just commonplace in 2026. If you're not thinking about that, you're missing the boat. So it's a very interesting take that they're coming out so publicly saying we are not even bothering with the TV spot, we're going to go all social, and I think it's a really smart move.
And Brandon, is this something you think we'll see more of from brands who need to extend their reach? And if you're spending that money, you need to reach newer, younger eyeballs potentially. Is this a trend we'll see continue?
Absolutely. You know, I think brands have to start thinking beyond the moment of just a TVC. Right, because a TVC is going to do a great job about sparking attention or sparking awareness, but you need to be thinking about channels like social as a place where you can then understand how that awareness or that attention is adapting, is evolving, and whether that's done through a strategy that is TVC plus social, whether that's a strategy like DoorDash where they're making a decision to go social exclusive, it's absolutely a strategy that brands have to think of, but it has to be done with intentionality. You know, understanding that the audiences are there is one thing, understanding, to your point, how to reach them and how to engage is another. You know, going back to the DoorDash example, I think they really thought about the impact of social in taking that strategy through different layers, right? They thought about the topic or the theme of beef. You know, we all know trolls and beef, there's no bigger home for them than social, right? Then they took it a layer down. You look at the talent that they have in that campaign, 50 Cent, the king of the trolls, and frankly, at the forefront of cultural conversation right now. You know, Rob Roush from Reality, you know, someone who is known for being in the drama, so it fits that thematic as well, but also is somebody who's commanding the attention of these demographics. They thought through it in all of the right ways, and so I think when you look at it through that lens, there's a saliency, there's a cultural currency that signals that that's probably going to be the right decision for them.
So let's talk about sort of the third space or forum where you can activate, which is actually in the stadium. There was a big moment last year. Brandon, talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you think back to Rocket's campaign last year when they launched their new platform with Own the Dream, you know, they had a TV spot that pulled on the heartstrings, but they didn't stop there. They really thought about how they could extend that moment moment beyond just the TVC, and they did it with a interactive sing-along of Take Me Home, Country Road, live from the stadium.
I loved that moment so much. And it was such a surprise, too.
Absolutely. And to have it air live as well, right after the ad, really capturing that moment fully. And we had the pleasure at Viral Nation. We supported that campaign with influencer marketing. So not just before and after the Super Bowl, but also activating influencers live inside the stadium, really lit up the stadium through a social first POV. And so you got this really great look at some of the biggest names across celebrity, reality TV, taking part in this moment, sharing it back with their audiences. And so while the in-moment stadium was a stunt in its own, that then brought that moment to a wider audience all across social.
Brandon, I love that because it feels like it's hitting on 3 different elements. And yes, there are 130 million people who watch the Super Bowl, mostly in this country. But when you think of the creators that you helped to light up in the stadium and then the reach they had with their followers, that's a whole other subset of viewers that maybe weren't watching the game. So It's a very cool playbook to follow. It makes me think a little bit about like the Oreo dunk in the dark, which was way less planning. That was just a fluke that the social team took advantage of, but kind of feels like it set a new playbook. Real quick, tell me what TikTok has going on. Are they trying to steal market share from the broadcast?
Yeah, a little bit.
Smart.
I know. We spoke with Rema Vossen, the head of North American marketing at TikTok, and they kind of let us know a little bit about what they're doing. They developed some TikTok's specific and exclusive Super Bowl ad buys that will be used kind of on their app, but also they're doing something at the TikTok Clubhouse in San Francisco. So they're involving creators, they're involving brands, they're kind of extending it from the real life to TikTok and kind of merging that gap. There's brands like Doritos, Ulta, Xfinity, and Liquid IV that are participating in those packages. So definitely we'll be keeping an eye out on those pages for what they're doing during the game and kind of seeing how they extend that and really what TikTok's going to be doing. But they really leaned into their stat that 85% of fans use TikTok as a second screen experience, specifically during live events. So it's a really interesting thing. Like we already know, again, people use second screen every time they're watching something, and to really know that it's that high for a live event.
I love seeing more of this. Thank you both so much. So one brand that is using a Super Bowl ad to kick off a larger campaign is Liquid IV. It is their first time in the big game, and they've released only trailers of the ad so far. So earlier this week, Allison sat down with CMO Stacey Andrade Wells to dive into the brand's Super Bowl and beyond strategy.
Hi, I'm here with Stacey Andrade Wells, the CMO of Liquid IV. Welcome, Stacey.
Hi, Allison. Thanks so much for having me.
Thanks for being here. So this is Liquid IV's first ever Super Bowl ad. Talk to me about why you guys decided to advertise in the game this year, and how does your investment line up to a broader marketing strategy?
Absolutely. So honestly, Liquid IV has had a tremendous journey of growth. We're over $1 billion in retail sales now, and yet we only have 18.5% household penetration. So for us, this felt like a logical opportunity for us to continue to drive awareness of our brand. There's just still so much upside opportunity for us. And we really thought, what better stage than the largest stage in America to really go and tell our brand message and make sure that everyone in the US is aware of their dehydration challenge and how Liquid IV can help support it.
Talk about like the rollout process and how much you wanted to align or deviate from the standard Super Bowl playbook.
As a brand, we knew we had to have an incredible idea. And we didn't make the commitment to move into an official Super Bowl buy until we felt we had an idea that America would really resonate with. And so our first step was really, the big step in how Hollywood would launch a blockbuster film, which is the soundtrack. Mm-hmm. And so we had to find an amazing partner for that. EJ is a Golden Globe winning, Oscar nominated singer-songwriter. You're going to see a big official film premiere on Super Bowl Sunday, and then a continuous campaign that will follow through the end of March. The Monday after Super Bowl, we have officially branded National Rehydration Day. We are going to be partnering with DoorDash to get consumers rapid rehydration when they need it. We're going to be delivering Liquid IV to them on call. And we have several corporate partnerships lined up for those that do have to go back into the office on Monday. When you take that entire picture of what the full 360 campaign can achieve in terms of driving not only awareness, but consideration, trial, and ultimately sales for the brand. That's a very compelling story to tell.
Well, Stacey, thank you so much for joining us. Good luck this weekend. Stay hydrated. It's going to be a race to the finish line, but we cannot wait to see Liquid IV's ad.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We're really excited. It's a big moment for Liquid IV, and we're pumped for all of America to see it as well.
So if we know anything about the Super Bowl, it's that you can buy attention, but you can't control how people interpret it. That interpretation is being formed live, in real time, on social. Think about it. People aren't just watching the Super Bowl. They're on their phone, they're talking to their friends, they're forming opinions in real time. Now, if you're a brand, you can't afford not to be a part of that conversation. And the data really backs this up. We know that brands that are chatting with their audiences see twice as much engagement during the Super Bowl as brands that remain silent. And you know, nothing proves this more than looking at last year's brand performance during the Super Bowl. So if we take a peek here, it's no surprise we see a bunch of heavy hitters sitting at the top. Carl's Jr., Doritos, Michelob Ultra. But what's really interesting to me is Circle. So what did Circle do to really punch above their weight in terms of all these other Goliath brands? Well, let's look at the facts. So what's really cool is Circle has about 1/5 of the followers that Doritos has, yet twice as many engagements. Doritos literally had 8,000 engagements, while Circle had 16,000. Now, why is that? Well, a couple of reasons. So Circle ran a giveaway on social. Always a great tactic. People love free stuff. But it didn't just stop there. This is where it gets exciting. They responded to every single comment. Not some, not a couple, not only the good things, everything. Now that's the power of community management. They kept the conversation going long after they dropped their spot. The biggest mistake that I see brands make is drop an ad, drop a piece of creative, and then leave it alone. When you're doing that, you are not seizing the opportunity to build that narrative. So tonight, while everyone's watching the ads, I'm gonna be seeing who's getting active in the comments, joining the conversation, and moving with the speed of culture.
Thanks so much, Madison. All right, now I want to start with our predictions. What do you think is going to happen tonight? What's your big prediction?
Well, my biggest prediction is that some of the most creative moments we're going to see are not going to be in the ads themselves. They're going to be on social media, in the experiential, in the halftime show. So I'm excited. I'm kind of looking around the ads to see what happens.
I love that. I feel like it opens up a lot of opportunities for brands who maybe don't have the $10 million+ to spend, and it allows for some more fun and risk taking, which I would love to see. Bill, how about you? What's your big prediction besides winning 100,000 bags of potato chips?
I mean, I am dressed like a potato. I would appreciate those chips. But what I would say, Zoe, is stunts. There's been some murmurings that Universal might do something. They've in the past have done sort of a Jumbotron takeover with Jurassic Park. There is a Jurassic Park ad in the Super Bowl. So I'm just saying, I don't know if it'll happen.
Do you know something we don't know? Are you playing coy?
I don't know. They said decline to comment. So I actually have no idea. We'll see.
To me, that says everything we need to know.
There you go.
Brittany, how about you? What's your big prediction?
I think we're all going to get really invested in Ben Affleck's latest creative pursuit in the Dunkin' ad.
I'm with you.
And I think we're all going to be singing along with those toilets.
Yeah, I'm with you on
go.
all fronts. I really do think, my prediction is that Dunkin' will win the night, and not just because of what they did last year, but I think they're building on what they did.
I think so too.
And I've got some halftime predictions. I think we're going to see some big surprising guests. I think we're going to have a lot of fun. I think we're going to see some Calvins, some Adidas. That'll make Allison happy.
Yeah, you can only be so lucky.
Yeah. But I think this is going to be like a reminder of the state of marketing right now, that like it is in a good place, that it is still worth it, that it resonates, that it pays off. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, we are a few moments away from kickoff, and I want to remind our viewers to join us for our halftime and post-game shows later this evening. And be sure to check out our live blog on ADWEEK.com and follow along for all of our incredible and exclusive reporting. A special thank you to all of our guests who have joined so far. Allison, Brittany, Bill, thank you to you as well. We will see you all after the first half. Enjoy the game and the halftime show. in New England, but such a disappointment. I feel like it was
much about it. Actually, it was.
The Apple halftime show has just concluded, and it is Benito's world, and we're just living in it. Here to break down this amazing moment and the ads in the first half are three very in-the-know journalists. I'm joined by Ladian Colon Santiago, Rebecca Stewart, and Ryan Joe. We got to get to Bad Bunny right away. I am like shaking. I think that was my favorite halftime show of all time. Ladian, what did you think?
Totally, just like we expected a party, we expected a big celebration, we expected a big dance of Latino people getting together, celebrating the moment, and I think that's what he do. He enjoyed the moment.
You could tell he was having a lot of fun, as was everyone around him. And, you know, we predicted that he would potentially make some political statements at the Grammys. He certainly did that. From the very moment, even that teaser before the halftime show started, we saw that they were making references to Puerto Rico. It was really a focus on the workers. If you wanted more of an image of immigrants get the job done, you could not get it better than this.
Yes. You see, like that beginning when you see all the workers, it's kind of giving me when you walk in every borough in New York and that you're walking and you see you see the nail salon, you see the Domino's, you see like
the piraguas,
the pinchos, you're seeing everyone, like the one in the grill, like you're seeing all the people that actually make this city and make the United States as we know it right now. So it's a beautiful kind of representation, also kind of a cultural challenge as well to power, kind of push back who is seen as American and who gets visibility as well.
And absolutely, and this has been a conversation since they announced him as a halftime performer 4 months ago. There were a lot of people, or some people, who spoke out and said this isn't who should be chosen. He said people should learn Spanish. You have 4 months to learn Spanish. And then you were noting that more recently he sort of changed his tune a little bit.
Yeah. He turns now it's kind of like, as we see, it's like more like a party, like a big celebration as he's promised. But at the same time, we are seeing like two political statements at the same time. We're talking about the immigrant community, but as well we see like the Puerto Rico situation, the colonial situation, because we saw bringing up Ricky Martin, for example, to sing what happened in Hawaii, lo que le pasó a Hawaii, talking about the colonial situation that is currently going on, and putting the energy workers, kind of reflecting, using the apagón to talk about the energy crisis.
Yeah, that was such an important moment. So let's talk about that. And I don't know if people realize, but there was a moment when you see people at the top of the lampposts, and then there's like a spark and they fall off. What was that representing?
Basically, that was representing the situation that is currently going on. Puerto Rico is having like a big energy crisis due to so many factors and circumstances around that. And that song specifically is focused on kind of like get people to that moment and kind of like bring to global audiences to put a spotlight in Puerto Rico's situation, because it's a very difficult and complicated and specific one due to the relationship that they have with the US on that sense. So I think in that case, we're seeing not only a Bad Bunny that is having fun, but also a Bad Bunny that is letting the music speak for itself.
Which is very much his way.
Yeah.
So he brought out Ricky Martin, which I love to see. That was so wonderful. He also surprised all of us by bringing out Lady Gaga. What did you think of that moment?
I think that was expected in a way and unexpected, because we hear so many rumors about who is gonna bring up him, but I think Lady Gaga was expected because he's a really fan of her.
Yeah.
If you saw interviews way before the Grammys, there was a lot of interviews, him saying that she's like a big inspiration to him. So, and actually I love the part that he's dancing with her on the stage.
He looked so happy.
Yeah, he's just happy to be with her. Like, who is not happy to be with Lady Gaga? Come on now. So I think it was a beautiful way to see, kind of living the dream.
Yeah.
He's actually living the dream.
We have to talk about one moment. I think the entire studio started tearing up when he goes over. There's a family with a young boy watching Benito win his Grammy, and then he walks over and hands the Grammy. It looked like a real Grammy to me, to the little boy. I just thought that was so incredible.
Yeah, definitely. This performance symbolized definitely visibility and representation in one of the biggest stages in the whole America. So I think seeing that for me, and I think that for all the people in the studio, and I know back home everyone must be yelling right now and celebrating, but it's just like we discussed before, for Puerto Rico, I was talking to my parents and family back home saying this is just like watching your cousin in the biggest stage of the world, and thinking of oh my God, he make it, he's right there, and everyone is speaking Spanish. Now I just feel that I don't belong somewhere. So
all his titis back in Puerto Rico.
Yeah, all the titis are celebrating right now.
And that's a really good point. He did the entire thing in Spanish. There was one moment where the billboard behind him said the only thing more powerful than hate is love in English, and a reference to what he said in his Grammys acceptance speech as well.
Yeah. He's not only a performer right now. He's someone who amplifies voices, and he's using the platform, he's using his voice to not only talk about Puerto Rican situation, but also to speak about immigrants in the United States, which is really important in this moment.
Thank you so much, Lady Ann. This was so incredible to have you here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get to some real-time insights over at our Pulse Check board before we talk about the ads in the first half. So throughout this night, our live audience insights are coming from Viral Nation. So I'm going to toss it over to Madison and Rochelle.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Zoe. All right, so let's cue up back our culture quotient scoreboard. So if you remember at the pregame show, this was our stack up. We had Uber Eats in first position and we had Anthropic in the last position. Now that we're past halftime, let's look at how this has changed. So now we've got, I think in first position, we've got Pepsi. So when we look at Pepsi, they had a lot of intentional social effort that went behind that brand. And then we also have a new entrant with Amazon Rings. We've lost Ramp, they're no longer in the top 6, and we've got a new player. So when we look at Pepsi and what they're doing on social, there's a really clear intentional effort. I feel like their CMs are doing a ton of work behind the scenes. But Madison, as our social expert, I'd love to get your take on what you think is happening with Pepsi.
Absolutely. And I mean, earlier in the pre-show, I did say that I'm going to be looking at which brands are getting active in the comments. And it's not shocking to me that Pepsi is #1 because, I mean, their CM team, they're doing their thing tonight, you know? They're popping off. It's very clear they have a war room, and it's no easy feat, believe me. I've been there, and it's clearly making a difference. And I mean, contrastly, you have certain brands like Pringles, and while they do have a great spot, I mean, it's celebrity driven, you have Sabrina Carpenter. I'm actually surprised that the community management team isn't going a little harder in the comments. And I'm not saying that they're totally silent. It's no disrespect. It's just, you know, we're seeing emojis and we're not seeing nearly as much engagement, unfortunately, because it's a big
quality matters.
And quality, right? Like it's not just about the quantity. But if we look at some of these brands here, obviously we have Pepsi here, but look at Elf Cosmetics or Ramp. And, you know, they're clearly part of the cultural conversation, and I think that that's so important. You know, marketers say to me all the time, you know, how can we be more social first? And it's just be on social, be part of the conversation.
Awesome. And it's kind of cool, you know, we look at these comments, but we also see this play back in the aggregate data. So, you know, looking at Pepsi's social efforts, they were commenting 4 times more than the average brand that aired a commercial tonight. So that's pretty incredible. All right, so let's pivot back to our culture quotient scoreboard and look at our new entrant, and that's Amazon Ring. And so I'm actually really excited they made it into the top 6 because I think they add some really good diversity to the mix. So in the pregame show, a lot of our ads were more celebrity-led, all of them were humorous. And this is the first ad that is more product focused. And I think they did an incredible job in doing it because when we look at, you know, commentary online, 70% of comments online had talked about how they had an emotional connection to that ad. And I feel like that's incredibly hard to land, something that's product focused, but also having strong emotional resonance with your audience. People were posting their own stories where they reunited with their pets. They talked about how they had a deep connection to it. You know, they had feelings. And so I think that's really cool that we now finally have more of a heartfelt player in a mix of more humorous, you know, celebrity-led ads. All right, so this list is rapidly changing, and it'll be really cool to see who wins at the end of the night in the postgame show. So with all of that said, let's kick it back to Zoe.
Thank you so much to our friends at Viral Nation. All right, we talked about Bad Bunny. I could go on and on, but let's talk about the ads in the first half. Now, there were just a few that we had no idea what to expect. There were no teasers. We didn't know who was going to appear in them. One of those was Levi's. What did you think of this one, Rebecca?
Yeah, absolutely love this ad. So Levi's ad was all about butts and jeans. This is a family event, of course, but they had an ordinary butts, they had celebrity butts, they had a homage to Bruce Springsteen's butt and the iconic Made in the USA cover. And then the end butt was Doji's butt, and she's their brand ambassador. And this is part of a shift in tone from Levi's. You know, we saw them work with Beyonce last year. They're working with these cultural multi-hyphenates, and I think I just loved it. And it was soundtracked by Get Up Off of That Thing by James Brown, which was amazing.
I loved this one too. I also just love how you say the word butts in your accent. I'm going to try to take that on. Yeah, I thought it was fantastic. And this one benefited from not having any teasers. I think it really stood on its own. Another one that we did not know what to expect, there hadn't been teasers, but a lot of anticipation was OpenAI, and that one played in the first half. What did you think about that one, Ryan?
Yeah, what struck me about OpenAI's ad this year was how different it was from the Super Bowl ad they ran last year. Last year it was very grandiose, really positioning the company as akin to the discovery of fire, so very humble in that way. This year they were actually selling a product, and what they did differently that was interesting is they emphasized how the product would help you, the viewer, the audience member, really kind of elevate yourself. And you even saw that in some of the creative decisions they made, where they had that kind of first-person angle. And you know, what I think that shows is that these AI companies are really grappling with this anxiety where the American, well, the world populace doesn't know if these tools are going to help us or harm us. And that's an example of OpenAI really trying to answer that question that no, our technology is here for good. And honestly, though, it is a playbook that a lot of AI companies have been dipping into.
Interesting. And the last one, of course, was Duncan. We'll have to get to that in the post-game show. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I loved it. I think I might be in the minority, but I thought it was really fun. So we'll get to that after. Yes, I know you do. So there is a ton to talk about, obviously. We're going to get back to the game and, of course, most importantly, the ads. A big thank you to Ladian, Rebecca, and Ryan. Thank you for being here. We'll see you back here after the final whistle to give you lots more scoop. See you then.
All right.
Welcome back to AdWeek's Big Game Live Show. I'm Zoe Ruderman. Well, some team from Seattle won the Super Bowl, I guess. But we are here tonight to crown the king of the ad spots. I'm once again joined by my colleagues, Allison Weisbrot, Rebecca Stewart, and Ryan Joe. We have been providing our expert analysis all night, both from this studio and on adweek.com. Now, before we crown our MVPs of the night, we need to hand out some superlatives, and we are going to start with funniest. Allison, what was your funniest ad of the night?
For sure, Hellman's was hilarious. Neil Diamond. I mean, Andy Samberg is always going to get a laugh out of me. And then put him in sort of his Lonely Island element and then just like squirting mayonnaise on random people's sandwiches. Like, I'm here for it.
I'm with you. I don't like mayonnaise, but I was here for the commercial itself. Ryan, how about you? What did you think was funniest?
I like the Squarespace ad with Emma Stone. I mean, I just appreciate that she has multiple ways of throwing a temper tantrum, and I just love the close-ups. You know, as her face would just crumple whenever she couldn't get her domain.
I did not expect you to say Squarespace is the funniest. You surprised me with that one. All right, I'll take it. Okay. Best use of celebrities. Rebecca, what do you think?
I liked Adrian Brody for TurboTax.
Yes.
Because I thought it really played on his reputation as like the serious dramatic actor. And the celebrity ads are usually only funny when the celebrity gets in on the joke. So I thought it did that really well.
And I always love a celebrity ad where it only really works with a certain actor. You couldn't just swap in someone else.
Yeah.
And to me, he felt perfect for that.
100%.
Allison, what's your best use of a celeb?
Speaking of an ad that can only have one actor, Raisin Bran, Will Shat. You literally can't do the idea without William Shatner, so I thought that was an amazing pun.
I mean, thank God he said yes.
Yeah, I know.
No one else to do it.
Would have had to go back to the agency, ask for a new idea.
Yeah. All right, Ryan, you have had your eye on all of the tech commercials. This is your space. Who wins in the Tech Bowl?
Well, first off, I just want to say AI wins in general because I just got some stats back from iSpot, and it's about 20% of the commercials had something to do with AI, which is insane because a few years ago we had the crypto bowl, we've had the betting bowl, and none of those really kind of even hit like 20%. So that's significant. But of the AI ads, I really like the Anthropic one.
How about you, Rebecca?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Ryan here. I loved the Anthropic one, and I thought it was smart, that it was funny and didn't lean into like this emotional storytelling that we're starting to see from the AI brands.
Yeah, I loved it as well. All right, thanks. So we have live updates on our over at our Pulse Check. We've got live updates on our brand scoreboard with Viral Nation's Culture Quotient. Let's go over to Pulse Check to check in with Brandon and Rochelle.
Awesome, thanks, Zoe. All right, so let's cue up our final scoreboard.
The culmination.
And the winner is Kellogg's. And it was so bananas watching this in real time because I saw Pepsi and Kellogg's fight for position one. And personally, I was actually really vying for Pepsi. I love the polar bear.
You know I love that bear. They fought hard.
So at the end of the day, though, Will Shatner ended up winning with the star power. So we looked at all of the commentary that related to Kellogg's, and 30% of them talked about William Shatner. And so me not being a Star Trek fan, I didn't really get it, but I hear it was a popular choice, so I feel like it makes sense.
I mean, a campaign holistically beyond the spot that deserves winning. I think it's safe to say that Kellogg's shat on the competition.
I set you up for that one.
You did. You gave me a layup. I had to take that one.
Anyways, so what's kind of cool is when we look at Kellogg's and Pepsi, they both are significantly outpacing our bottom two players. So Anthropic and Amazon Ring barely made it into the top 6, but Kellogg's and Pepsi are killing it. Now, the other thing that we've noticed throughout the night as we've been tracking the scoreboard is we've had pretty similar brands make it into the top 6. So when we look at pre-game to halftime show, and at the end of the game, a lot of these brands have been around with us.
Yeah.
Now, it's interesting because at the very beginning of the show, one of the hypotheses we had is if you start early, you can start to build momentum and secure a spot in the top scoreboard. And so when we look at the percentage of brands that actually pre-released their ads, we found majority of them did. And all of our players in the top 6, whether they were in or out throughout the night, all of them had done a pre-release. So I think there's definitely power in that. Now, there was a smaller percentage of brands that did a teaser and an even smaller percentage that just waited till tonight to release their ad.
Yeah. But I think it's pretty impressive when we were talking about some data, before we jumped on here, 94% of advertisers either pre-released a full ad or did a teaser. That's an astounding amount of the advertisers.
Yeah.
So to me, that does signal a bit of a shift in what strategy is around Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It used to be a tried and true strategy. Wait until the night of, launch your TVC or launch your campaign or whatever that was, and really live in the moment of the big night. Now you're seeing more and more brands, Pepsi, Kellogg's, two really great examples.
Yep.
They've started those engines early. You know, we saw spots and we saw pieces from Kellogg's in the weeks leading up. Pepsi obviously started to tease what is my favorite TVC of the year, but they also posted 19 Super Bowl related posts on social during the weeks and tonight. That's really something that we're seeing as a new strategy where brands are really taking the intentional time to bring people into their storytelling early, start the adventure well before the night of Super Bowl so that you are building on a flame that you've already ignited by the time we get to the big night versus relying on the spark that you have to start on the night.
Well, even in addition to that, when we looked at Pepsi and their social, not only do they have a ton of content, but they also replied to almost all of their comments. So
Absolutely.
they're actively in there engaging, you know, generating more traction online, which is pretty bananas.
Absolutely. And look, I still think that there's something to be said about the strategy of on the night, right? If you play it right, if you have the right moment, you can play into cultural currency the right way, it can still work. I love what Coinbase did. I think it's a really great example of what you can do on the night of. Their spot, very similar to their strategies of previous years, very simple, a karaoke play tying into the T-Mobile moment with Backstreet Boys, and they got that cultural halo as a result of that moment, but owned their own moment as well. And so I think that's a perfect example of on the night of, how do you react quickly? I mean, T-Mobile spot came out on the 6th, I believe. So within 2 days, you know, someone like Coinbase is thinking about how they can use that for a moment. So I think if you do it right and you live in the moment, it can still work really, really well. So I'm curious to see how, you know, a spot like that is going to have carrying power after the Super Bowl.
Well, the good news is we're still going to be able to track the cultural quotient score. What we've seen earlier in the show is post-game, there's still a lot of traction. There's still a lot of commentary. So this stack up could very well change in tomorrow. So go into viralnation.com and you'll be able to see what the final cultural quotient score is into the week.
Sounds great.
And with that said, back to you, Zoe.
I'm loving all these insights. Thanks so much, Rochelle. So there were a few ads that created some very heated discussions in the newsroom tonight. No one flipped a table, but we got close to it. So let's dive in. And we got to start with Dunkin'. New England had a rough night tonight. I loved the Dunkin' commercial, but I think I might be in the minority. What did you think?
I love the 90s throwbackness of it all because I'm a 90s kid. I'm like peak millennial, so I love that they had, you know, Jennifer Aniston, Matt LeBlanc, all the Friends references. I didn't love how all those actors looked because I think that AI was involved and it was a little bit jarring to me. So I didn't like the craft of the ad, but I like the
Rebecca,
concept.
how are they going to look like it's the 90s without AI?
I don't know.
Isn't that a great use of AI?
Yeah, but it just looked a bit sloppy. What
And
do
you really
think?
felt like it overtook the ad so much that you couldn't enjoy like all of those celeb cameos?
Yeah, it was distracting.
Wow, I'm surprised, Ryan.
Yeah, that was actually my issue, is more the concept of it. You know, you take a bunch of nostalgia, you throw in some celebs, you stir it up, you toss out whatever you got, and that's it. And I felt it was just a dearth of imagination when it came to that particular ad. It just kind of hit every single formula, and I found that frustrating.
It kind of felt like 90s AI slop, you know?
Wow, Allison, I thought it was funny. I liked all the references. I thought it was clever. I mean, this was one where we had only seen a teaser and like it really piqued our interest with Ben Affleck doing his Boston accent, Jennifer Aniston, Jason Alexander, Matt LeBlanc. We didn't know what to expect. I just thought there were so many good references thrown in. And again, it's an ad that like it only worked for this product, which I appreciated.
I don't know, when I think of like a pile of celebs, I think the Uber Eats ad from 2 years ago when Jennifer, maybe it was 3, when Jennifer Aniston couldn't remember anything because she had to remember that Uber also lets you order a whole bunch of other stuff. I felt that was just much more effective. I actually, for some reason, still think about that ad. Versus like the Dunkin' one felt a little bit aimless beyond, we've got celebs, we got some 90s nostalgia, we got references for you millennials.
I feel like they were also like teeing it up to get us excited for the Dunkings, and like there were no Dunkings.
Yeah, interesting. Well, I will not be lending any of you my velour tracksuit from last year's Dunkin' commercial. I'll just say that. All right, let's talk about OpenAI. I know you had some strong feelings, Ryan.
OpenAI I actually liked, but I do feel that it's overall, like the ad itself sort of falls into, you know, some of the tropes that a lot of AI ads are falling into, which is like, actually our technology is going to be quite helpful.
And how do you think it compared to last year, which was their first time in the Super Bowl?
Oh, well, last year was just, you know, about the grandiosity of OpenAI. It was about the concept of AI, and this year they actually have a product to sell. So it was a lot more practical. And there was a lot more work that they needed to do because over the past year, I think the perception of AI in the public sphere has really deteriorated. And you saw OpenAI, you saw Amazon, Alexa Plus, a lot of the AI companies really sort of wrestling with that.
Yeah, I guess I felt sort of disappointed by OpenAI. It didn't feel exciting, but I think that's because you're seeing it in the mix with like all of these really funny and celeb-filled ads. But I guess your point is that it was like doing the heavy lifting and the work that it needed to do.
I mean, you're right also. It's not, AI has lost its mystique in a lot of ways. And I think where our reaction to the ads is sort of reflective of that.
Okay, let's talk about Grubhub. This one stirred up a lot of feelings. Allison, what did you think of it?
I actually liked it. I thought it was kind of effective. I thought they kept repeating Grubhub eats your fees, like you got the message. It was directed by Yorgos Lanthimos, so like creatively I really enjoyed it. However, like did George Clooney need to be in it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was sort of where I got
anything.
stuck. It felt like he was tacked on. It was almost like his agent called him and was like, please, he really wants a spot. Can we get something? I don't know, like I get that it got the message across, and yes, it reminded you of like their biggest point of differentiation, but I wasn't wowed by it. Visually, I wasn't wowed by it. I didn't think George Clooney added anything to it.
Yeah, I feel like, Yorgos Lanthimos is a big director. He had 2 ads. He had the Emma Stone ad, and then Taika Waititi also had multiple ads. And I feel like this year they all had one ad that was kind of a dud. And the Grubhub ad for me, the Yorgos Lanthimos one, was sort of like, fine.
Like take it or leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's talk a little bit about nostalgia. Obviously, there was tons of nostalgia with Duncan. They just crammed it all in, but I know how you feel about that. We actually had 2 Backstreet Boys moments. We knew we were going to get one with the T-Mobile commercial, which I think we all felt sort of mixed on, but okay, it checked a box. But Ryan, talk about how they surprised us with another one.
Yeah, the Coinbase ad, it actually kind of reminded me of the QR code ad that Coinbase famously pulled off a few years ago. Very kind of lo-fi, nobody expected it. For me personally, and I think some people here sort of disagree, the current ad didn't work as well for me because I wasn't quite sure how everything sort of tied together. It felt sort of random versus like with the QR code ad, it was very much a direct response sort of situation.
Yeah. I really liked this one. It made me like immediately stop what I was doing. We were all watching together and we were like, wait, what is this? And because it was set up as that like karaoke screen, it felt reminiscent of the QR code, and it definitely made me stop and pay attention and made me think about it. And in a sea of ads that kind of leaned on a lot of like old tropes, this one kind of stood out for me.
Yeah, I know you liked it too.
Yeah, I loved it. It felt fresh, and like Ryan, you didn't get it, but the tagline.
Wow, Rebecca calling Ryan out.
He's not a peak millennial, he didn't get it, but the tagline was Coinbase is for everybody.
I feel I'm a peak millennial, in that I peaked.
And the song was Everybody by the Backstreet Boys.
Although I will say, if you missed that very first beat, you didn't get how it tied in, which is kind of risky for an ad.
It is risky. It does assume like knowledge, Backstreet Boys knowledge on the viewer's part.
I don't think, like, I get it in your explanation, but I still don't think it tells a story that like makes sense for Coinbase. Like, I don't know. I just think it could have been stronger.
Well, you could swap in literally.
Yeah.
You could say Ritz is for everybody. Uber Eats is for everybody.
Exactly. It's not unique to the brand. So I would give them like A+ for catching my attention, but then I would say like, significantly lower grade for execution.
A+ for staying within budget because they didn't have to pay the talent fee, just the licensing fee for the song. So we've talked a lot about the brands who bought into the Super Bowl, but we need to spend some time talking about those brands that decided to sit out this one. We send you now to Cruz Corral for a cheeky reenactment of their evening tonight.
I'm actually kind of grateful that we're not all in the big game this year. It's a good balance for us. Totally. You didn't miss it. You chose growth. Exactly. It's an intentional absence. Yeah, I scheduled a light workout during kickoff. It's about 94 minutes. If anybody asks, I'm saying I chose the long game. Same. I've been telling people that we're listening to the community. Oh, that's just 50 Cent texting me. We made a spot together. Not in the game, though. Pretty tight these days. Of course you are. Oh, nice. I ordered something for us to cheer us up. Guys, what did I miss? Whoa, you didn't hear? Hear what? Aw, buddy. Pepsi took your bear. They took my bear? That was my Christmas gift. Okay, that did make me smile. We're all just not in it? No, sir, we're not in it. Oh God, the group chat's active. Don't open it. Oh, too late. Wow, that ad looks expensive. Well, good for them. Should I invite Poppy? Oh, she's busy this year. So we're all watching the game later then, huh? Yes, we are. Yeah, we are. I thought so. Okay, I'm going to work out.
And what a proud moment. Shout out to him, a Viral Nation creator. Chelsea, great to have you here with me. Our last pulse check of the night. What a night it's been, from the TVCs to the stunts we've seen on social to everything in between. Would love to hear from you. What were some of your favorite moments on social specifically from some of the brands that you were watching tonight?
Yeah, I mean, there was so much happening, but I really loved DoorDash, kind of seeing their whole week-long campaign come to a culmination. I mean, they're talking about beef. This is a GIF. It's not moving right now, but it's his very famous dance move. And they're like, how can you beef with him? He's just tossing beef. It's a little risque. I love that they did that. And they were doing that with folks all night, just really, really leaning hard into the beef. And driving home their campaign, they didn't even have a TVC spot, so it was really nice to see. Pepsi also engaged with folks on Twitter and asked them to respond with "I love Pepsi," and they'll tell you what Pepsi you are, which I thought was a really nice way for them to double down on that Coke shade that they were giving to them. That was really cute. And then also Sesame Street. Gotta love Sesame Street. They have nothing to do with the Super Bowl, no ad, no anything, and their beloved Elmo and Cookie Monster still got involved, but hoping both teams have fun. Thinking Bad Bunny should then be called Good Bunny because his performance was so good. And Cookie Monster just wants the score to go back to 0-0 with cookie emojis. He's so cute. So I love that. It's so great for brands to engage in a way that makes sense even if they're not involved.
Absolutely. I love that. Obviously, for me, my nostalgia meter was off the board seeing Elmo and Cookie Monster join the combo. And you nailed it. I love when you see a brand figure out the right ways to still capture the cultural halo that is the Super Bowl, even when they don't have a TVC, even if they're not thinking about a campaign. Something as easy as the right engagement from Cookie Monster or Elmo can still go a long way. And here we are talking about it. You know, one of the things that you and I chatted about tonight, kind of a favorite ad that we saw, was the Fanatics ad. We saw Kendall Jenner hit the screen again, talk a little bit about kind of the meta identity-ness of owning the Kardashian curse, which is obviously something born on social at that. What were your thoughts and what did you really love about that spot specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I love when a brand can poke fun at themselves and a celebrity can also poke fun at themselves at the same time. So her doing that is so great, so iconic. Her saying like, why there's not even a Kardashian cursing me, I'm a Jenner. Like, it's so funny, it's so on the nose, and being that it started in social and Fanatics just bringing it full circle, bringing it to a new audience. I have to assume a lot of the older generation that's maybe watching the game and seeing the ad on TV probably isn't familiar with the Kardashian curse unless they watch the Kardashians, which maybe they do. But I did think that was really, really clever. I thought it was so funny, and I'm seeing a lot of folks too say that she kind of redeemed herself from her Pepsi moment almost 10 years ago.
Absolutely. No, I was going to say exactly the same thing. A lot of really positive chatter around that spot in general. And to your point, very different from the chatter that we saw when we think back to the Pepsi moment, and we love to see that for Kendall. One brand that I want to chat about, obviously that did a lot tonight, was Lay's. From the spot itself, which pulled on the heartstrings, and everybody's been talking about it, to the 100,000 chips giveaway. Shout out to Bill. I hope he got those wherever he's at. They've been present all night long. But one of the things that I thought was really great is because of both of those things, as well as they had a really present strategy of commenting, of putting out posts, they actually remained the #5 trending topic on Twitter all night long. And that's not easy to do in a sea of the Super Bowl when there's tons of things going on.
Right.
Talk to me a little bit about, from your perspective, what's the importance of a brand staying that present all night long on a night like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's super important. TikTok told us when we spoke to them earlier this week that from a study of theirs, 59% of the TikTok users say the content that they see on the platform is more exciting than what they see during the game. So we know second screen viewing is just commonplace in 2026. I mentioned that earlier. And so that, brands really, really have to lean in that. If you're not showing up on that platform, if you're not showing up on social regardless, you're kind of missing the boat there and you're missing out on opportunity. And with that, we also saw, I don't know about you, but when I opened up TikTok first thing this morning, there was a Doritos ad, first spot, which I know that's like the highest priority one, cost the most dollars, but that was something that TikTok did with their Super Bowl specific ad buys. So it was really interesting to see that come to life along with the Clubhouse activations that they did. Saw some things with Ulta, saw Doritos like we just mentioned, and there was Liquid IV as well that I believe they partnered with.
Absolutely, and I mean, no better way to kind of cement the idea of the importance of social on a night like this when you think about the platforms getting involved with dedicated strategies, dedicated buys, dedicated events, really owning the moment that social plays for a night like the Super Bowl. Well, listen, to all of our viewers at home who stayed here for every pulse check, thank you so much. I think it's safe to say that the pulse has been checked. Stay tuned. Keep watching social all week to see how the halo of the Super Bowl continues. But for now, let's kick it right over back to Zoe.
Thanks, Chelsea, and thanks, Brandon. Elmo literally never misses on social. I'm dying over Good Bunny. I'm going to start using that. So it would not be a Super Bowl without naming some winners and, yes, some losers. So let's talk about the losers first. These are our LVPs. I'm going to go first. I'm going to say the Make America Healthy ad about not eating processed food is such a loser for so many reasons. I could go on a 10-minute rant, but I won't. I mean, I would not go to Mike Tyson to tell me what to eat or what not to eat. It was filled with misinformation. It just felt like such a miss, and I don't think it is going to change any minds. Allison, what about you? What's your LVP?
Okay, well, I am going to pick the saltiest ad of the bunch and say that I hate the Ritz ad. I know I mentioned this a little bit in the pregame show, but I just think they had such an opportunity to use that amazing caliber of celebrity talent, and they just sort of dropped the ball on that. I don't even know why Scarlett Johansson was there or why she was on the jet ski.
I'm with you. Yeah, I agree completely. Ryan, how about you? Biggest loser of the night?
Yeah, I was really irritated with the Google Gemini ad. Google has had the same creative playbook since like 2011's Dear Sophie ad, where you take the kid, you take the parent, you juxtapose the kid's growth against the technology. And they've been repeating that over and over and over again. And I will also say, I know Viral Nation, our friends at Viral Nation like the Lay's ad, but that also kind of irritated me, kind of for the same reason. There's a kid, there's a parent, instead of technology, it's a potato. So
what do you have against winning potato chips, Ryan? Jeez, take it up with Bill Bradley.
Well, he had to give a lot of personal data to get a bag.
Rebecca, how about you?
I'm sorry to say, but it was Duncan. It just missed the mark for me. So that's my LVP.
We'll agree to disagree. All right, MVPs. Ryan, let's kick it to you.
I like the Levi's ad. It was a very simple concept, really, really well executed. You know, you don't have a lot of time with 30 seconds. And I felt like Levi's really got the message across and the vibe.
Rebecca?
My MVP was Pedro Pascal at Bad Bunny.
Yes,
he was loving life. He was just happy to be there. And
I
loved that for
loved
him.
all of those celebrities snuck in without like speaking roles.
Yeah.
I was going to say my MVP was the entire halftime show. I said it earlier. I think it's the best show I've ever seen. I loved all of those little details that they visually added in. Once we wrap, I'm gonna go watch that.
We
like
need to
5
go watch
more
it
times.
again.
Yeah, I think we will. Allison, how about you?
Well, my MVP will always be Bad Bunny, but I will pick an ad for you. I really like the Squarespace ad. I think that, I don't know, maybe I'm too in it on the creative stuff, but I thought like artistically the craft was amazing. Like I want to see that movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to make a website though, but it was my favorite ad creatively.
I can see that. All right. So we are pleased to be joined by my boss, the ADWEEK CEO, Will Lee, who always has a lot of spicy opinions. So Will, who was your MVP of the night?
Thanks, Zoe. Ryan, so cynical. Why? Well, of course, as usual with the Super Bowl, human excretion had a huge night. Raisin Bran, the Liquid IV ad, so go excretion. I think actually 1997 had a huge night tonight. Good Will Hunting, 1997 movie. Everybody by the Backstreet Boys, 1997 song. So very big night for 97. When you zoom out a little bit, though, you know, Super Bowl, we all know it's the biggest marketing platform, biggest marketing evening of the year. Now, that said, this year I think really took it to a different level. I was just in San Francisco for a lot of the pregame festivities, and at ADWEEK House, you know, the CMO's responsible for the Pringles ad and the CMO responsible for the Liquid IV ad. They were a first-time advertiser, Pringles many-time advertiser. They both told me in one form or another that Super Bowl isn't a peak, it's a promise, meaning that it's not the culmination of what a brand means. It's really a platform to launch what the brand's going to mean to the consumer for a long time to come. And I think that you're going to see that the Super Bowl really makes brands much bigger across the year. And as our friends at Viral Nation showed us, it's all the activity beyond the spot that makes the brand really powerful across the rest of the year. So it was a great moment. I think there was a lot of fun, despite the, you know, this is one of those perfect games where, you know, the game just really wasn't very entertaining, and the ads really were. So I think all in all, great night. It was great to be here, great to be live. Zoe, back to you. Take us home.
Thanks so much, Will. So as he was saying, this is the biggest moment of the year in advertising and for marketers and brands. They spend huge amounts of their marketing budgets on something that lasts just 30 seconds or 60 seconds. And it's often a barometer for the state of the industry and where we might be going this year. So I'm really curious to hear from the editors of ADWEEK, who know better than anyone. And I'm curious their immediate post-game thoughts on what tonight's ads say about the industry. So Ryan, how are you feeling right now?
I mean, we're seeing the expansion of these Super Bowl ads. We all know that like 95% of them are released beforehand. They have so many social media activations to support them, both before, during, and after. And a lot of the lead up is also sort of like a big marketing ploy. Rebecca wrote a story about how pranks have become a big part of Super Bowl marketing campaigns. So we're just seeing like the way that these ads, they don't just live on that day. They kind of live for like months. And I'm really curious to see how that's going to evolve over the next
Allison,
years.
how about you? How are you feeling about the industry after tonight?
I think that the industry has realized that we're in a time where people really want levity, they want humor. I think that we did not see a lot of like tearjerkers tonight, and I think that was on purpose. I think that advertisers know that people want to have fun during the Super Bowl, and we saw that tonight.
Rebecca, how about you?
I've got a little bit of a different take, and I think that brand purpose is sort of creeping its way back into advertising, and that doesn't just mean emotional ads, like the ad from Rocket, but it also means funny ads, like the ad from Hellman's. So I think we're seeing those on both sides of the spectrum as advertisers sort of try and build that connection again with customers in this time.
Well, I hope you're right. All right, thanks team. And I think one of the biggest lessons, courtesy of our friends at Viral Nation, is that if you are thinking about the 30 seconds or the 60 seconds in the broadcast and neglecting social, you are living in the before times. So I want to thank them for being here and teaching us that lesson. And thank you all for joining the ADWEEK Big Game live stream to discuss the best part of the Super Bowl, the ads, of course. Our newsroom is just getting started, so stay with adweek.com, where we will be churning out stories all night and well into tomorrow. Have a wonderful night, and best of luck getting through your post-Super Bowl Monday. Good night, everyone.